Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be going ahead and continuing the Good Ranch. We'll be doing that. We are in a very decent amount of checks in. Indeed. Let's see. How many can we get done today? 70 seems to be the usual right now that I can get done. But you never know. Never know. Someday you get luckier than others, and it's kind of how it works. You get lucky, you get a bunch of them. If you don't, then not so much. What do you? As usual, doing the map checks for age, as I have been doing for quite some time. That is gonna be the way that we'll be going with it as well. Until we eventually be getting it. Until indeed. Yep. A nice day today. But yep. Let's see then. Yeah, today's plan is kind of to be filling the horse pasture box thing. It's only a few away anyways. It's 5 away to be exact, so you know, quite likely indeed to be getting something for sure. Oh, found that as well. There we go. Yep. We shall start the process as usual. Getting definitely a shiny hunter. Yeah, last time we did get an alpha, a shiny alpha Gligar, so of course that's out of the route. So, yeah. It is very interesting. Slowly but surely. Getting less and less alphas to be on the route that are guaranteed. What's 3 alphas right next to each other there? Oh, jeez. Yep. Today do be definitely a day. Yeah, getting some faces probably today. I mean, if I don't get at least like 2 checks in, 2 checks in the 70 checks, it would be, in my opinion, quite unlucky. Considering how many you do be seeing. I see that today starts with a bunch of Goomies. And a Slingo even. Not too bad, not too bad. Still waiting for a shiny Psyduck. I don't really need one, I have at least one of them already. If not more. It's honestly one of those shinies that I'm surprised that I have so few of. There's only 9 alphas available anymore, by the way, in here that I haven't gotten. And depending on like how fast we go into like, I was thinking that like at some point when there is like so few options left that I will be just making it to be nighttime all the time and to be checking those as well, you know, just to be having something to be looking for. But we shall see when that happens, or if that happens. Yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself, indeed. It's one of those days that, you know, once you wake up you feel like ridiculously sleepy, but I did like wake up quite nicely from that. I mean, I definitely don't mind it. Because unfortunately yesterday I didn't get too much sleep because getting a phone call very early in the morning. Me trying to be sleeping. And then, you know, since I was awake from that for like an hour or two, I didn't really feel to be going back to sleep anymore. You know the feeling once you have been awake too much after you have been sleeping and then you can't really be sleeping. But yeah. Yesterday's phone call situation was insane. Getting, you know, the early phone call as one do be getting sometimes, and then I needed to call another place to inform, like, what's going on. And then the first phone number, or the first place that I get the phone call from, did call me back and everything was resolved and working as they were first meant to be working on. So that's nice, because jeez, was I a little bit worried that something would be going terribly wrong. I mean, there most likely wouldn't have been, but yeah. It is very interesting. And thankfully everything, like, did work out in the end. In the way that they were originally meant to be. So everything is a-okay. But yeah. Today feeling quite nice. Indeed. I will say one of the things is we don't usually go into the grocery store at like... We were pretty much at noon there yesterday. I forgot how many people are like at noon in the stores on Mondays. And cheese, because the usual store that we go to, they have like the big like stock-in day to be on the be on the Monday. I have like restocks like every day, of course, but like the biggest one is on Mondays. Cheese, was it hard to be going through anywhere there? There was all the like, well, whatever they were putting onto the shelves, they were like everywhere, and you know, it wasn't the easiest to be going through. Oh, we managed, we managed. But yeah. Was pretty interesting though. I don't know why, but I expected there not to be that many people on the store on Monday on the at noon specifically. But then again, you know, people have free time when they have free time. I mean, I kind of get it because some people are, you know, going ahead and buying lunch. That I get, but it was just surprising, like, how much, like, out of traffic there were. But thankfully that store has a decent space everywhere. Like, there can easily be, like, two shopping carts to be fitting in one aisle kind of situation, because unfortunately that's not the case everywhere. Like, I think you could be like, in those aisles you could technically be fitting like, if you really would like to be going that way, you could be fitting 3. Because the usual ones are like some stores that in here have like aisle spaces, maybe you can fit 2. And it's so annoying because like you're trying to go through there and you just don't even have enough space sometimes to be going with the shopping cart everywhere. Like, I understand, of course, like there's like some solo stores, not too much space to be like walking about and stuff. But jeez. Sometimes I would be wishing that they would be having less stock then. Or like less things that they sell. I know that there's some things that they just have to be having in every store. But sometimes I would wish that they could be skipping out on some things. I don't know if it's even in business anymore, but there was like a very small store like nearby where I lived, like very small store, so you would literally go there to be buying things if you like did miss something, because that store was like ridiculously expensive. Because like if in a normal store you'll be buying milk, it would be costing the same amount, would be costing like €2. It would be going there and it could be like 3.5 even. But yeah, that was the kind of store that you couldn't even be walking between the aisles. And oh jeez, how do I hate them. Like, why are they here thing? It was very annoying. I didn't go to that store too often though. But every single time that I went there, I was always afraid of that I would be knocking something down from the shelves. Because there was just literally no room. That is indeed one of those situations where I would be wishing that they could be having, you know, less stock. Less items that they are selling. It was not too nice, and you know, I haven't been there too much, but like last time that I was there when I was a kid, so you know, if you don't really have a room for a kid to be going through there, I think it's a small place then. But yeah. It do be what it do be. I will say that I kind of miss one place from like when I was like still living in the like the first place that, you know, I was now living in before we moved to like to here, not like this house specifically, but this general area. And there was a nice little like kiosk kind of a thing. I mean, it was called a kiosk, but it was more of like a small candy store. I absolutely love to be going there. Because it was one of the few places like that did have like some like exotic things. It just wasn't like, you know, your general things that you'll be finding from like regular stores. I absolutely loved it. And I think the only reason why it did so well, because like the school itself, it wasn't really in the middle of nowhere, but at the same time there weren't really... At the same time there weren't really that many people living around there, and that Gyarados is having a bad day. Because yeah, there wasn't like that many like actual houses nearby. There were like quite a good amount of them like that were trying to need to walk away, but you know, not that much. So I think the only reason that it was doing so well because it was close to a school and, you know, kids be buying some stuff there. Either before or after school. I think it was only after school really available because I'm pretty sure it did like open like quite late into the day. As you know, usually schools starting at either 8 or 9. I think it like opened at like maybe 10 a.m. But it was certainly like a cool place. Even though I really didn't ever buy things from there, I always like to be going ahead and looking at the weird things that they had to offer, in quotes, the weird things. Because it's just, you know, a thing that you don't see too often. And you know, as a kid who can't really be going into too many places, because it was a relatively small place that is unfortunately nowadays even more like empty everywhere. I think the reason why it's so empty nowadays is because it just hasn't been able to keep up with, you know, new things. Yeah. Oh, what's wrong? But yeah, as a kid who can't be really going into too many places, like too many things are too far away. And the unfortunate thing was that, like, yeah, sure, there was like a decent amount of places that you could be going like safely. But if you go like pretty much in any direction a certain amount, you would be like going a certain amount away from for any direction. There just would be like big roads. So you know you can't really be going there with either walking or, you know, riding a bike. It was very unfortunate. So like indeed, seeing those cool things, it's very cool. But yeah, because most of the places that, you know, people like to be hanging in, that I know of, were the kind of places that, you know, your parents like have to be taking you to, or you lived in that part of the place, of course. But like for me and for the school that I went to, like someone kind of needed to bring you there because it was just like behind like big roads that like you can't really be walking by. It was allowed, but you know, not too many parents were happy with it because it was quite a speedy road. Quite a speedy road indeed. And of course, like, it wasn't meant for people to be walking. And like, the road wasn't built for that, people to be walking there. And the unfortunate part was that on both sides of the roads there was like a pretty deep drops. So, you know, we need to be quite careful. It is kind of weird though, since, you know, the place that I was living in, indeed. Because I remember, like, all the places, like, where we really did, like, go to, because, you know, few places, like, Grandma was living there at the time. And, you know, other, like, relatives be living there. But the strangest thing is that I have no idea, like, road-wise, like, how did we get there? And nowadays I very rarely do be going there because there just isn't anything really for there for me. As I said, it is pretty empty nowadays, unfortunately. So there really isn't anything for me to be going for there, and also like 4 hours to be driving there. Because nowadays I only go there if there is something going on there that I either have to or I want to attend to. It is a little unfortunate, but thankfully, like, everyone understands it because it's so far away that no one really wants to be traveling there. And then there is the problem because I don't know why, but the place only has like one hotel, like in the city that like most of my relatives live in. There's like a bigger city nearby that we could be going and then like driving there. But I don't know. I would like to be closer. It is a shame though. But yeah, I will say that I'm still not that surprised that the place is kind of empty nowadays. Because there was like quite a good amount of areas that like there was a lot of people living in. But then there was like a lot of dead space between like the next one. And as I said, it was indeed a problem that it just couldn't be keeping up with like nowadays things. There is like so many things that aren't there. But it is funny though that every single place that there is like the, you know, people living in there is the three like big like stores right next to each other in every single place there. So it's a little funny that like a relatively small place is like 3 or 4 of each of the bigger things. It's not actually like every single time everywhere, all 3, but like at least there is 2 in, you know, one place, because, you know, why not? But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm nowadays more the type of person that I would like to be things to do, like relatively close by where I live. Like even if I don't do them, I like at least to be having the option. I will say that that is one of those places that you kind of have to be having a car to be able to live in there. If you want to also be doing something, because everything is just like too far away from everything. Or you would be spending like half the day to be traveling to the places. And I will say one thing, that is one of the only places that I know of, or I guess I know of other places, but that I have been living in, that it is quite common to be getting like school rides too, because there's just like so far away, like everything. I don't even remember where the Gligar outbreak is in here. Where is it? Oh yeah, there. But yeah. Because I think in here it's like depending on, of course, on what school you're in. If you're in the in quotes of required schools, from specifically from grades 1 to 9, then you go to high school or vocational school, whatever you want to be going. Oh, hello. It's sleepy. How did that hit it? Oh. I got both of them. Huh? Is there another sound, or am I tripping? It was another one, what? The one time that I accidentally catch 2 of them. Hilarious. Anyways. I was talking about the school distance thing in here. And it's like specifically from grades 1 to 6, I think it's like 5 kilometers. If you like live further than that away, it is required for you to be getting a school school pickup system thingy. And it's like automatic, like you don't need to be paying for it, I don't think. because it's a requirement. Because it's like either it could be like too dangerous or it's too far away. And that's also another reason why sometimes you could be getting easier access to school pickup system, is because if you just live in like too dangerous of a place to be like walking. I don't know if it has been changing or not, because it was kind of like switching, it was kind of like different from place to place, but I think it's also 7 kilometers from grades 7 to 9 as well. It's a little bit iffy, and it's honestly a lot easier to be getting them for that time as well. For the reason being that there just isn't that many places that have like those kinds of education, which is strange to me, because it has like for me always have been like a requirement to be studying like since you're 7 until you're, or 7 or 6 depending on how late of a year are you born in, until you're like 16. So it's strange that there's so few places from the grade 7 to 9. They usually are not in the same place, but there's like definitely a decent amount of them nearby. But I guess because there's like a lot more space usually in those schools. It's a weird thing. I guess because like it's not like the same teacher is teaching everything, unlike in grades 1 to 6. From 7 to 9 you are starting to be having a lot more teachers. At least it was the case for me. I know that sometimes you might be having like always a different teacher for like PE or music. I don't know what to call it. It's literally music that we call it in here. Oh, I didn't move the alpha one away. I guess I do it now. Go to the alpha box. I was thinking why I did have a glycor there. Then it's... now it's 4. I thought I removed it. Anyways. First 2 faces like that? I would only be getting 1 because I accidentally get the non-shiny one. But it happens like that. Then for like, because for like, you can be choosing where you go from either vocational or high school. Like you can choose where you want to be, like if you want to be having more of like music based one or a sport based one or high schools mainly. Or do you want to be like having something like very specific, like vocational school thing? For those you get like quite easily, not really a school pickup system, but you get help for getting to school, kind of. I think, for example, for me, because I was living so far away that I needed to be taking a bus, I could be getting, I would like to say, like, almost like half of the price. Oh, no, it's even more, actually, now that I think about it. Because the usual price is that, like, 70 euros for, like, from where I live, monthly. And then it's, like, unlimited usage. And I did get it for, like, 20 euros. It's insane. But the fun thing about the school thing is that because, you know, there is like the bus system, how it works in here. Specifically for buses, I think it works in some trains. But it's very specific kind of trains, so, you know, you can't be going too far away. It was the funny thing because there is like different like zones that you need to be paying like different amount for. Because at the time that was the case, it has changed so much, by the way. It's insane how many times it changes in the last 5 years. There was zones through A to F, I think, or was there even G? I don't remember. But I lived in this E zone, and of course the bigger city that I did go to, it was on the A zone. It was honestly kind of weird because kind of did be switching at the time, like is it an A or B zone, but it doesn't honestly matter. But yeah, even though I should be only getting like a... Even though I should have been getting like a... the opportunity to only be using the zones A to Z. A to Z. I did get all of them. Which was quite nice. It's a little strange. Because I think like normally from like A to C zones that it would normally be costing like actually like 50 euros. And through from A to like the zone C or vice versa, it doesn't matter. It costs like 2.5. It cost 2.5 then. Nowadays it's 5 euros per trip. And if you like are fast enough with your things, I think it's a 2-hour period that if you go back you can be using the same ticket. So yeah, that's why it's so like worth it if you travel a lot to be getting the monthly one. Yeah, surely it costs a lot for the one time, but if you use it like daily, it's gonna be a lot cheaper. Because if I remember correctly, like for the 20 euros that I needed to be paying, and I of course needed to be going for school every single day almost, like in a week that was already like worth it, because of course I need to be paying twice in a day the money, because you know it's not like school is only like 2 hours. But the good thing is because I needed to be changing the bus, because I was just living in an awkward space, so or place that I couldn't be getting like straight away a bus to the school. Like if I would be paying myself, I could be getting the other bus free. Which is pretty nice. But I will say one thing that was so frustrating to me with the bus system that we have here, or I guess it's like, anyways, like all the like public transportation things, even though in here it's basically just buses. Nowadays there is like more things for it, but back in the day there really wasn't. At least for me, options. Because unfortunately, even though we have a train station in here, it's not working. And even if it would be for me, it would be I think like half an hour, even more time to be getting to there. Because the place that I live in, it takes like an hour with the bus to be going to the big city center. Just because, you know, bus is quite slow because, you know, people need to be picked up and everything. But yeah. The thing that I absolutely hate about it, I don't know if they have fixed it or not. I really hope that they have, because I hated the system. Like, you could be purchasing like the, you know, a bus like monthly ticket thingy. You could be purchasing that, but if you would be buying it to the other person, like for someone else, you would be like to purchase the thing for someone else. You can put it under their name. And the problem is that when you purchase it, you would like then need to be putting it under their name. If you don't put it under their name then it's on no one's name, and that's fine. They don't care. But it's just so annoying. And the other thing is because it has like an online, like you can be online adding more money, you know. Convenient, right? But the problem is that once you like add a, like the card to like one account, you can't ever remove it there. And you know, usually, or at least in my situation, that I wanted to be buying it for my mom. If she would have been wanting to be doing that, she would be need to be buying a new card. And that costs 20 euros each time. And also, the place that you would need to be purchasing is... you would need to be taking a bus too. So yeah, it's very much of a hate thing that I have for it. And I don't know if it's a thing anymore. I think it is. But you know, you can be paying for like the monthly, like how many, like if you travel a lot, it's worth it to be taking the monthly like payment. But there's also an option that if you don't do it too much, you could be instead be like adding money and like, you know, be buying with that. But the problem is that if you have it on one of the settings first, you can be switching in between. And it's so stupid. And I absolutely hate it. Like, I don't understand why that is the case. It's, in my mind, so stupid. Like, the thing is that, like, indeed, if I only need, like, to be, like, let's say that I have a summer job somewhere, I would just then need to be having, like, the like monthly thing for that because I use it like almost every day. But then like later maybe you don't use it as much but you would still like to use it. You can't because it's kind of locked with the monthly thing. It's so stupid. Of course you can pay cash, so like that's not a problem, but it's a little inconvenient. I don't know what's the state right now, like can you be paying with card or not? Or mobile phones? But when I was using it a lot, it wasn't an option, so there is that as well. So it was like very interesting. It was always a joke, by the way, for like between like some people that, you know, since, you know, everyone wants to be that you would be using, you know, public transportation because it wastes less glass. Yeah, glasses. You put those into your tank. It would be wasting a lot less like gas and be more friendly for the environment. But then again, it's like, yeah, but it's still like stupidly expensive. And I don't know about you, I did it once, but I don't want to be going with my grocery bags in a bus. I don't want to be doing that. It could be one reason, could be that for whatever reason the store that like is the closest and like the cheapest at that in here is like so far away from bus stops. So, you know, if you have a lot of things to carry, good luck with that. But yeah, I will say that, like, before I had the luxury of a car, I didn't mind taking the bus. I always did have my complaints about it, but I think that's fair. Also, that Electabus was tiny. Question mark? Because like I don't think that I live like, even though I live in a small place next to a big city, that it's not gonna be as good as in the big city, but at the same time, like, why couldn't it be slightly better? Like, I'm not asking for much. It's just a slightly bit better things. What do you? I will say one thing that I absolutely did hate about taking the bus is that when people did have like so much perfume or whatever they did have, and I would be getting a headache out of it. Hello, how are you doing? Also, the funny thing about the perfume thing is that some workplaces actually would be turning you away if you have too much perfume because, you know, uh, giving people headaches and whatnot. Yeah. And I even know like some schools actually will not be like they will also be like sending you back home if you have too much perfume, because again, giving people headaches and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that I have like very sensitive nose. Like I'll be getting headaches from like strong smells. Yeah. But I will say that I have never ever understood the people that like absolutely seems like swimming in the perfume. Like why? Because I don't mind if it's a little amount, because like sure, do you what do you want to be doing, but you know, too much is too much. Because yeah, I remember when I was in from like grade 7 to 9 that there was like few times that like some of my classmates, they weren't allowed in some class because the teacher was so sensitive. Like they would be getting like headaches from it. Which is, I think, fair enough. Because at least I know one place that there is like no toleration for like smelling strong, either a good way or in a bad way, and it's hospitals. Which is, in my opinion, very fair. As an employee specifically, because, you know, of course they're gonna be helping someone in need. But yeah, I will say that I have never really understood makeup too much, and I probably never will. Don't care about it at all. Because at least I was taught to be like, if someone doesn't accept for who you are, does it really matter? Oh, nice. Mewtwo is a pretty tough one. Nice. One of the million psychic options. Yeah. Yeah. It's strange that it has Blizzard of all things. though. Why Blizzard? Yeah, of course, if it doesn't nullify in between. Yeah, definitely. Also, I will say one thing that I don't really understand. Why doesn't Quash, aka the mood that would be like making whoever you use it on to be moving last, why doesn't it have like priority? Like actually? Yeah. Oh, you like to spawn in? Nice. Let's see. No, for the good was still. I will say also one thing talking about like priority moves and stuff is that I would be wishing that the game would be like somehow be like saying that does it have like negative priority or priority. It's just so strange. Or like I don't know. Let there be like an NPC easily accessible in every game that would be telling you things. I would quite like that myself. Even though, of course, like, things are easy to be finding nowadays and such, but would it really be hurting to be knowing? I don't think so. Let's get more chances. Community day was 2 days ago. You know what, it would still be kind of crazy today to be getting a alpha shiny today, because that means that 3 times in a row that I have been hunting, I've been finding a shiny alpha. Possibility for sure. Likelihood is, in my opinion, unlikely. But luck is like that though. Have to be like that. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be able to find whatever you're looking for or get something. Hope that indeed. Oh. No. No. Excuse me. It's trying to be attacking me, I think. It's trying to... Thank you. On the other side of the wall. I don't honestly get why the Zubat and Golbats, why couldn't be they... If they are like... If they're able to be fitting, why can't they be following you? It's a little silly like that. They're just staring at you. But then again, I guess it would be making it harder to be escaping from them. But wouldn't it be making sense though? That they wouldn't be able to see you? Or they would be able to follow you? I guess Electabuzz is just small. Bonita. Oh yeah, speaking of Electabuzz. Well, a few days ago, I don't remember exactly when, but we were playing the not Colosseum, the stadium games on, the Switch Online. It was quite fun. There was like a quiz option, to be like in that. And it was like interesting questions specifically about like Pokemon's height and such. And there was like, which one is which one of it is the tallest one of the bunch? There was like Magmar and Magby, Elekid and Electabuzz. And of course it's not gonna be one of the babies. So you can rule those two out immediately. And then because don't really know about Pokemon's like heights and stuff, I was just like guessing basically which one it would be and did answer the incorrect one. But then there was the question like the other way around, like which one of these is the smallest. And of course it's like not guaranteed that it would be, Elekid, but at the same time like if Magmar is bigger than Electabuzz, you could assume that Elekid would be the smallest one. I think like one of the weirdest things was that which one of these is the smallest. There was like Caterpie was the right option, but then there was like I think like Dragonair, Onyx, and I think like a tricky one was like Rattata or something like that. So like again, can be easily ruling out some. No big deal. But yeah, it is funny. I will say one thing that I didn't like about those games was that they, like, most of the games on the emulators you can be playing on one controller, but then was like one that you couldn't be, and it didn't say that that was the case. Was quite frustrating. Hello. How are you doing? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Good to be here and that you're doing good. Are you up to any hunting today? Nice. Isn't Quest like a game that you need to be waiting a while in between? In between like checks? Why are you hunting there, and is there like something specific you're looking for? But if it's the worst Pokemon game ever, why are you laying on it? Nice. I haven't personally been playing Quest. I've heard mixed opinions on it. Some people like it to be doing every once in a while, which is fair enough. Well, good luck with your hunts then. Hope something shines. I will say that one thing is interesting to me is that how many of the side games for Pokemon are made like there is shinies in them. I mean, of course I don't mind it, but it's just interesting. No. Croaks. I will say that what is going on, 20 checks in, not even 1.5 hours in, like actually like 1 hour and 15 minutes. Wow. insanely fast. I mean, there has been only like... There hasn't been anything that will be blocking things today so far. Jeez. I remember when 10 checks would be taking an hour. With average luck. I don't know how that dude not see me. And that dude wasn't even looking at my way. Oh no, they're going through the ground again. The poor Gyarados are going through the ground again. Oh no. I will say that one thing that I'm surprised that I haven't seen in a while, I know still is the... Like at one point it was pretty popular to do that, can this trainer be beating this Pokemon game? And of course they would be using like team that they did have. Of course, like it's usually the case that it like, you know, is when a new game comes out. And that's gonna be happening. It is quite sad though that it hasn't been a thing, because it's always interesting to see. Of course I understand that like not everything or everyone can be turned into that in all the games, because you know, not that many Pokemon are in the games. Which is, you know, fair enough. Because like there is like some trainers that it's quite hard to be doing in quite a good amount of games, because the Pokemon just aren't in the game. Like surely like it's not bad that like some are missing, but like at the same time, if the, in quotes, the main one is missing, it can be a little bit odd to be doing like a run like that. Because I will say that I personally be liking those kinds of games, or those kinds of videos that people do that, they try to defeat the game indeed with whoever is the trainer's team. Usually it's from the anime, but sometimes it's like from another game, like in-game characters, and then there usually it's the case that it's the rival. Manium. But yeah, it do be what it do be. It's always interesting to be seeing that to be done, like you try to be defeating a game with rival's team, and then you know in that game the rival is the rival. You know? Interesting and creative ways definitely be doing things. I don't know how interesting of a challenge it would be, but having a challenge where you have to be having each one of your party members to be weak to like one of the members of the rival's team at all time, like, you know, starter being weak. This only really works in older games because automatically it's gonna be the case. Then, you know, if it has a flying type, you have to be having a bug type, for example. And, you know, like having one weak member to like one of the rival's team members. Like, you can be having specifically 2 weak to like fire, let's say. If it like doesn't have 2 fire types, but like, yeah. Every Pokemon needs to be weak to at least one of the team members there. And you would always need to be trying to be using the weak one against the rival's Pokemon. Would it be annoying? Probably, but I didn't say that it wouldn't be. Be interesting. Then again, what is a challenge run if it's not a little bit annoying? Does it need to be too annoying? Absolutely not, but you know, there needs to be some challenge on, you know, the challenge run. Have a good day at work then. I know one type of run has kind of been overdone. But it's always interesting to be seeing is using baby Pokemons. Definitely harder in some games than others, because some games just don't have too many of the baby Pokemon in them. But I don't know, it's always interesting. Or anyways, like weak Pokemons. Of course, like they pique your interest. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't like using bad Pokemons be very interesting to be seeing how they go? Why wouldn't they be? I will say that for me, probably the most interesting one of the like baby challenge runs would be on Gen 2 specifically. I mean, you definitely need to be using something like trade from another game or something like that to be gaining like more baby Pokemon to be like accessible a little bit sooner. Like you wouldn't be needing to be waiting for too long. I think if I would be doing it, is that I would be getting like one as soon as possible, which is quite far away to the story, or just straight from one game. Then you know, getting some again, like when you do be getting to the daycare section. Of course, it's easier if you are playing Crystal. No, that is a fun thing. And then like get maybe another member, and then maybe from that point I would personally be, if I would be doing it, I would be getting them once I get access to, you know, the evolved form. But yeah, I don't know what would I be getting to be on the starting one. I was thinking maybe Pichu could be, you know, working. It's a terrible Pokemon, but at the same time, like, why not? Because I was thinking Magmar, but then I remember that Magmar is decently early available. It's available in the Ghost Gym Town, I think, the soonest. I have no idea where to be finding Elekid. Or Elekid Electabuzz. But yeah. I don't know. Be interesting. And then again, I could be misremembering things because I'm more remembering where things are in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. That could be definitely an interesting thing. I guess one like easy way is to be getting a baby Pokemon at the start and then like I guess you could be doing for it at the start, like to be getting like every single one of them from like other games. But it would be kind of boring. I don't know. They're baby Pokemon at the end of the day. It's gonna be a challenging run nonetheless. I was the way I say though, one thing that I don't like always with some like challenge runs is that they are capturing like Pokemon, but then they are never gonna be using them. Especially if it would be like something like use only baby Pokemons. You know, there is not that many options. But you know, you could still be using one. Like it's at least at some point. I know it's a pain to be training Pokemon stuff, but I think there was only like very few like members that I didn't use on my using only ghost types in Ultra Moon. And one was Delmice, but my reasoning was because it's a type overlap and I have already a full team. There was potential to be using Bennett, but for whatever reason when I was trying to just be seeing a Mimikyu, it was deciding to be shiny, so you know, of course I'm gonna be taking it over that. Like, I always try to be using at least a little bit of them. And then there was like some that I didn't even capture because like either they were a little bit too out of the way. Like I think the whatever it is, the Pokepalico or whatever it is. There was like some available only through there, but at the same time I thought it was a little bit too much work, and also I would need to be remembering to be doing it first. Because, you know, I know a time thing. But yeah. But yeah, it is always the case though, like once you'll be getting things more towards the end, that they are gonna be like usually less useful. As I said, for the Elmice was just the case that I just already have things for it. I mean, I did use Phantom Thrust Revenant for a little while as well, but just I didn't have anything better at that point. I never even got the Oricorio because I kind of forgot, and the second thing would have been that I probably wouldn't be using it anyways because I was quite happy with the team already. I'm trying to think of what was my team. Oh, come on! Go! What are you? Go! I know that I did have the starter. I had Mimikyu. I had, I think, Palos and maybe Jellicent. Oh, Frostlass was one of them. Could have that been the team? It's so long time ago I can't remember, honestly. It's so long time ago that I did do that. Because yeah, that would be kind of making sense for the team. I know I did use Haunter for quite some time, because, you know, I didn't evolve it at any point. And, you know, it was quite a nice member. I could've... I don't know, did I use that? I know that I did use it for quite some time. I don't know if I did use it all the time. But I will say one thing that was very annoying was that how long it was waiting until I could be using Frostlass. Because you get access to Dawnstone, in my opinion, quite late to the game. Like, you get access to the area that you could be getting the Dawnstone in, like, decently easily. And of course, like, the place that I didn't use would be an option as well, but, you know, I didn't use it. There was only very few ways apart from that to be getting it, and I did get it from like talking to the one guy that if you have like gone far enough into the story, it will be giving you Dawnstone, and that is decently late to the game. But yeah, it was still pretty decent. It is always the option when there's always the problem when you have too many options. I'm kind of curious, like, what could I been using on my team? Soon, like, search what those types would be easily available. So I'm bothering me. Because it was... I don't know, I could have been... The thing is that did I use Hunter or not? I know that I did use Shellychen for some time. Because, you know, it's a nice Pokemon. Or could I have been like, I don't want to be using Paloscent because it's just a pain to be like evolving. It evolves like, in quotes, too late. Because it's just so ridiculously high level that it evolves in. Did I use Sableye at all? That's it. I might have been skipping out on Sableye because it's one of those weird situations that if you forget to be checking out on when you get access to it, you probably will be forgetting about it. Because it is a little bit out of the way. But yeah, it was definitely a struggle at first because, you know, not getting access to too many ghost types and also, you know, the first try will be a dark type. You know, the nice things. It's not actually a dark type, but it's a normal type that is having a dark type, so, you know. Scary. Yeah, because the reason why I didn't want to be using Snowrun before, you know, be getting it evolved was because, you know, Snowrun is not the greatest Pokemon, and, you know, having someone else that I can be using anyways. I did use Rowledge and, you know, Dartrix before it evolved into Desert 2i. But it was honestly for main reason was because I just didn't have access to the ghost types really that much. So, you know, why not? And you know, it's the usual thing anyways that if it evolves at some point into a ghost type, it's fine. I think Mischievous was either the case that it was only available in the Pokeathlon, not Pokeathlon, the Pokepelago, or it was a version exclusive. I don't remember which way it was. I knew that there was a reason that I didn't use it. Then there is Vantage that I didn't use because of Shiny Mimikyu. I don't remember where Duskull is at all, so I probably didn't get it. At least it doesn't ring the bell. Drifloon was, I think, one of those situations that it was only available at certain time of day, so like, you know, skipping out on it because of that. And also, you know, I did have like the encounters like that, one per area. And ghost type per area kind of thing. Spiritomb again, I don't have any idea where it's available in. Right now I can be thinking. I mean, some of them always can be like transfer only Pokemon anyways. Just looking like a list, like what ghost types were in. And then I did use Frostlass, Rotom again. Kind of did use it because, you know, it's Pokedex. And Giratina definitely was using. I mean, I could have, but why? It's not fun like that. And also, I can't be bothering sometimes with the ultra wormholes. They're fun, but yeah, no thank you. And maybe it would have been a little bit too overleveled as well for my liking. Even though I don't care about it too much, but at the same time I don't want to be too overleveled. Mask and go for Krigus. Again, no clue if they're even like catchable in the game. Yeah, Jellicent I did use, at least at some point. Leadwig again, absolutely no idea. I think Golett was one of those Pokemon that was only available through the Pokepelago. So I need to be checking out those outbreak ones are on the other side of this. Or I want you, I don't need you, I want you. think that Parasect is sleeping. Honedge again, no idea. Phantom why did you use, and Pro Revenant as well, because you can be getting the in-game trade one. Hamburg and Gorgeist, I don't think so. The Situ I definitely Sandy guessed. I know I did capture one, I just don't remember did I use it or not. Mikyu of course, Delmites, nope. And there it kind of goes, like what are even available there? Oh, I did use Marowak. That I did use. That I did use, definitely. It was kind of annoying to me because I will say that I didn't remember that it needed to be nighttime in order for it to be evolving because I just don't see a reasoning, really. But also I think it also did like switch into daytime in the game, like as it would be reaching the level. Like, it was just that case that, you know, I can't really be doing anything for that because I can't be bothered. And that was the other reason why I was playing Ultramoon as well, because I just thought it would be fitting to be playing a ghost type only in the game, that it would be mostly nighttime, at least in the start. It doesn't honestly matter too much. Definitely would have been a little bit easier if it would have been the Ultra Sun, because indeed the first totem battle would be against a dark type. Was a fun one though. Definitely gonna be doing something like that at some point again. Oh. Go to your place. There. Time is definitely flying today with these encounters. It seems like I will be getting 30 checks in 2 hours. Jeez. Not too bad at all. I guess I probably, because I'm interested in what was the team like in the Ultramoon with only ghosts, I will be checking out it. Probably for tomorrow, because I'm thinking that I will be doing Mount Lanakila and the Galarian Darmaka tomorrow. Did I hear something? No, it's not you. Well, there isn't too many ones that are there, and you know, Gligar, I may have one of them. Maybe one. What are you? Probably that, indeed. Probably on Thursday as well. It probably is actually gonna be like I'll be hunting those on both of the days. I mean, of course, depending on if I do be getting something on Mount Lanakila, then I will not be ever be hunting there. I will be hunting there at some point, most likely. I don't know. Probably not on the outside. I might be hunting on the inside, because the thing is that most of the Pokemons that you can be fighting on the outside of the Mount Lanakila, you can be finding them somewhere else. I mean, if not as evolved forms, then, you know, previous forms. Because I know that there is one Pokemon that I most likely will be hunting in there, because I think it's the easiest place to be hunting it. It's Trampa. Yeah, I don't know. We shall see. Yeah, I don't know. If I would be getting the Mount Lanakila one done, it is possibility that I would be doing the Articuno then. It's a possibility indeed. Because I would really like to be continuing that hunt. But look, you know, Mount Lanakila is right now the priority, because I really want that hunt to be done. And I don't need to be remembering that I need to be doing something there. As I said before plenty of times, and I will keep saying it, that it is, at least for a little while, the last hunt that I will be doing in that Ultramoon. Because I just don't really have anything that I would like to be hunting there. There is legendary hunts that I could be doing. Not the most interested in them right now. Same with the Ultra Beasts. Not really that interested in them. I already did the one hunt that I really wanted to do, that was Poipole. Yeah, I don't really know. There really isn't anything that I would be like to be going for. Maybe at some point I'm interested in doing like SOS hunt again there. And I'll be doing my interesting setups for it, to say the least. Very interesting setups that I'll be using for it, because I'm not gonna be using the most optimal things, because I don't care. Just be using something. If I remember correctly, the we was, I think, 2 years ago on... It can't be that long. It's over a year ago at least. On Halloween, I did hunt for Phantom through SOS calls. And that was a very interesting setup that I did decide to do. Of course, I did use Harvest and then gave it a level berry, so you know I wouldn't be running out of the things. But then, if I remember correctly, I was then using Klefki with heal block to be preventing it from healing. Was definitely an interesting one. Because of course I didn't want to be healing all the time. I think I indeed did use heal block. Then I did all this big setuping and stuff along those lines, and I did get it like really soon. I think it was like 23, 24 SOS calls. Meanwhile, I'm doing the setuping for like few hours. It is always interesting when you do a hunt that, like, it requires setuping for one reason or another, and then you, like, find it immediately, and then it's like... yeah, I set up for this for a bunch of hours, and then, like, just shows up immediately. But yeah. Honestly, I've always kind of been, shiny hunting wise, the type of person that I don't really care to be going for the most optimal thing ever. Like, I almost never am using, like, Illuminate or anything like that to be increasing the encounter rate. The same thing is with repels. There's only a few hunts that I have been using repels on. Mostly because nowadays they are kind of useless. Because there is no way to be using a repel trick on anything, because everything is at same level. But yeah, I don't really do anything like that. But yeah, it doesn't really matter to me, because it just is what it is. I'll get something when I get something. I don't need it to be fast. I guess there's only one hunt that I have ever done that is like fully optimal. And it's in the BDSP Great Marsh. I'll be having combi and then using Sweet End to be getting instant encounters. But yeah, don't really care myself to be optimal, I just want to be having fun. And still one thing that I'm quite surprised because in my Soul Silver, that is a very old file that I, you know, used to be having Umbreon in the front, not for the synchronized reason, I just wanted to be having it on the front. It was literally like, I didn't even realize until like a year later that, yeah, it has synchronized, it's gonna be increasing the whatever is the nature. But funnily enough, if I remember correctly, none of them were the nature that the dude was. That was the strangest thing. That no one was actually the... no, the gender. Not the gender, but the nature that it was. I don't remember, was it that the case or was like one or two? Then I just switched into having Pokebee in the front. But yeah, it is interesting. Because I think I discovered it when I was wanting to, for whatever reason, I did come up in my mind that I want to be doing the perfect Jicho in that game. Even though I will never be using it in battle, but I just wanted to do it anyways. So, you know, then I was like, why do I get this nature like all the time? And then I was like trying to figure things out, and then I was like thinking that maybe it's the ability that the dude has. And it was. I was like, oh, cool. I mean, that makes sense then. And then also for like in making the captures to be a lot easier, I did just switch in. I did get a Rattata with Runaway. Like transform into that and then do something. I think I also did use like Hyper Fang or something like that on there, or was it Super Fang? I don't remember. It was fun nonetheless. The only thing that is really missing out from the Ditcho is to be reaching level 100 with it, but that's about it. I did defeat everything in order to be getting few things for it. Oh, hello, Hunter. I like that you could be hearing the cry from the Luxray instead of the Hunter that was right next to me. Lovely. How are you doing yourself today? How mean of you to be able to notice me. And I guess because they can be seen through the walls. How dare you still? I do be doing decent amount of hunting indeed. I mean, I will say that I personally don't understand people that witch on hunts. What? Each to their own? Hunts may be annoying, but they are rewarding at the end. Still, I think honestly, the more you struggle, the more rewarding the shiny will be. I mean, there's definitely like at some point you hit the wall though with it. Like if it's too long, it's too long, but still. But then when it's like way too much, then it's like just when the hunt is over, you don't know really what to do. Hello there. Old orb one day will be shiny for sure. I already have a few of them, but never can be having enough shiny world orbs to be pretty. Be very pretty indeed. There we go. It's still kind of crazy to be finding something else in here. This little cave. I'm honestly happy with just the one that I did get. I don't need to be getting more, but you know, if the game wants to be throwing me the crowbat there, I'm not gonna be saying no. But yeah, one there is enough for me. I don't really know what else, like, location-wise in this game is, like, a place that I would like to be getting a shiny from. There's just isn't that many, like, in my mind, in that many unique locations. Definitely that cave being one of them. I mean, I guess the place that the Alpha Glade is. That is like probably one of the other ones that I could think of. Unfortunately, I just don't like the options that are in there that much. Definitely doesn't have anything to do that I have so many Bronzors and Bronzongs. No. There's technically only one Pokemon there that is exclusive to that place, if it's not a massive mass outbreak. And it's the Glade. Everything else you can be finding somewhere else. The problem with that is that it's just annoying to be going there. Yeah, I don't really know any. It's such a shame that there really isn't too many like really nice and unique places to be getting Pokemons in this game. There's a bunch of different named places for sure, but I mean, every Pokemon game has them. Could be, could be. Every check is one step closer. I mean, it would be absolutely crazy since I did mention it already that the last 2 times that I've been hunting for the Gudra that I've been getting shiny alphas in. One was completely random and the last time was the Alpha Gligar. Yeah, that's lovely. Gotta be loving the random ones. The ones that you don't really expect to be finding. They're lovely. And it is kind of interesting though that I have been getting shiny alphas in every way that I really want to be getting in this game. Like randomly flying through the map, getting from mass outbreak and a massive mass outbreak. Is because I think the only two ones are the ones that I'm not interested in at all. Are the permutation thing. As I have mentioned, it takes way too much time in my opinion, and I can't be bothering with it. And the other thing is soft resetting. I have done it, but not interested in. But yeah. Oh. Why, Chansey? Why? I haven't gotten enough of US shinies. I need definitely more. I definitely need some more. It is still so surprising to me how Chansey is in too many places in the massive mass outbreaks. I mean, then again, it is usually a rare Pokemon, so I guess that makes sense. I still do be wondering how many have been doing the entire Burmy line in this game as shinies. All the forms. Because it's bad enough that of course you need to be hitting the trees, but then you would need to be hoping for that you don't get two of the same form as the male one. So you know you can be getting a Wormadam. Of course you can always be trying to be getting Wormadam straight away, but it's a slightly bit rarer. Unfortunately, no green there. Very unfortunate. How dares it be that way? I really don't need any more though. It'd be nice to find for sure, but I don't really need to. Same with you, Magikarp. I really don't need another one. Already have two. It's a nice one to be always finding, especially in Scarlet and Violet, because geez, those textures are nice. I love them. It's always interesting how some colors for Pokemon can be changing from game to game. Not just like they like completely change from like generation 2 to generation 3 kind of thing, but like still having like same colors. And still be like quite drastically different between the games. Hello! have you gotten any progress on the Phoebus hunt? You gotten anything? Unfortunate. I still be hoping that you'll be getting something soon. How many encounters are you on this phase? Yeah, you're on a phase 3, but how many encounters are you in on this phase? Nice. That's very decent amount of progress. Any progress is progress at the end of the day. No. What was it? Knocking me down, nice. No, I haven't been hunting them for a little while. Be hunting on them probably both tomorrow and on Thursday. Hoping to be getting something definitely from Mount Lanakila. But yeah, for Darumaka, I believe that I would be facing on something. And even if I would be getting it the second phase, the Darumaka, I would be going for another one anyways. So it will be a phase nonetheless. Phase for the second one. But yeah. It's most likely if I would be getting the Darumaka that I will be getting a break from that hunt. But then again, I might be going back there. It's hard to be saying before you get something. What do you want to do? Do you want to continue there or do you want to be doing something else? It would be kind of cool. But yeah, unfortunately for Darumaka, the first Darumaka that I will be finding is having a better chance to be founded. Because if you have the Pokédex recommended thing, it'll be more likely that Pokemon. But of course, when I catch the first one, then it's gonna be dropping that chance there. But you never know. Be kind of cool. Definitely to be finding something like that. Are you going for only one Phoebus or are you going for two? Or are you going for all the gender differences even? That would be minimum 3 Phoebus. I know that usually when people do like 1% hunts, they are not gonna be going for more than one, which is fair enough. Usually they move on after the first one. Yeah, that's a nice one. My logic is a little bit tricky to be setting up, but it's not that bad in Sword and Shield. You need to be the right weather, and depending on do you want to be doing the resets that you're on the same spot, or do you want to be doing the resets that you're running into it? Gonna be tricky. 2 half upsiders. Hello. You love to see that. Yeah. There is always gonna be the hunts that you want to be done quicker than others. I mean, you can of course be doing it in Sword and Shield as well, it's just gonna be without a charm. Harder. It's definitely doable. But yeah, I get you what you're meaning with that. It is gonna be taking some time. It's always gonna be the case though with Pokemon as time goes on. People are gonna be getting more and more interesting ways to be getting special Pokemons. New things being added and such. I know that some people are doing like getting every mark shiny, which is, you know, interesting, but I think another like interesting thing to do is to be getting like one Pokemon with every mark that you can. And then there is like some people that want to be getting like their favorite Pokemon shiny in every game and every method possible. Do you hunt in any older games, Paris? Since you're not using charms. Yeah, do you hunt in any other games than Sword and Shield and Violet? Like, do you hunt in any older games? Since you don't use charm. In what game are you? Oh, Leaf Green Aerodactyl. That's probably gonna be taking a while. Good luck with that. It's a very nice hunt. I think it's maybe my third Paris on this hunt alone. Paris do still be the best Pokemon, quite literally. Hello, Bergmite. It's Parasect there. I only have one then? I'd only be having one then of you on this hunt. I know that I did get both of them. Yeah. This game definitely did get a lot of mixed opinions. I mean, it was the same thing with Scarlet and Violet as well. I mean, it's always the case in Pokemon with anything that is having overworld Pokemon, it seems like. But then again, some people just love the addition of alpha Pokemons that so much that they like these games simply for that reason. Yeah, Paras is still the most dangerous Pokemon in this game. Hilarious. Cool Pokemon, unfortunately, very weak. I guess not so much in the past. Nowadays, it is unfortunately like that. But yeah, then some people actually like the challenge of like the Pokemons be attacking you. I will say that I don't really care. It's for me always frustrating that in the games that you can't be teleporting when you're in combat. Never like that. Yeah. Pokemon evolutions are interesting. Some more quite dark. Like why they happen. No, they don't let you, like, you can run away from Pokemons, but if, like, it's an aggressive Pokemon and you get a little icon on top of your screen, you can't be, like, teleporting away. You need to be waiting until the icon is gone, and I hate it. Like right now I can't be running away because there's the icon on top of the screen. It's sometimes annoying to be waiting it out. I always hate that feature in any game. But yeah, if I remember correctly, there really isn't too many useful glitches that people have been finding in Legends Arceus. Which is quite interesting. There's like, I don't know if they have been patched or not, but there was at least a way to be getting out of bounds, but it doesn't really do anything. But yeah, I will say that I still don't mind Legends Arceus myself. To be preferring other games, but indeed the alphas are an interesting thing that aren't a thing right now in any other games. Apart from like one ribbon. And I don't think that that really counts for anything. Especially because they don't keep the size that they are in this game. I guess, oh, now I remember why, like, one interesting, like, glitch that I guess was useful, not really. But, like, at one point, if you would be transferring a Pokemon into this game, it would be automatically be the smallest. But I think it has been fixed. Like, is it really useful? Not really. If you didn't want the mark. Well, like older games, they didn't have like Pokemon to be having different sizes, so you know, when they are brought into the games that like have like different sizes for the Pokemons, I guess they messed up something with the sizing thing. So for a moment at least, they were always, if they would be transferred to this game, they would always be the smallest. But I'm pretty sure it has been fixed, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it is so unfortunate that they don't actually keep the alpha sizes in Scarlet and Violet, because Scarlet and Violet are more realistic with the sizes. At least I like to say that that's the reason. Well, like, of course I understand, like, the alpha is always gonna be the biggest of the bunch of the Pokemon, but Why can't it be just it does get only the alpha mark? It doesn't get like the mark that it's big. And it could be still like staying like bigger than everyone else. Another thing that I don't really understand why they couldn't be keeping them in is that why couldn't they keep the alpha cries in? It's not like there is more like Pokemons that can be alphas now, so you know every Pokemon would be having their alpha cry anyways already. So why couldn't they be keeping their alpha noises? Yeah. The question do be that can I be getting the pasture to be full, the fourth one? It would be requiring 3 regular Pokemons. I guess any alphas will be going to different box. So I want to keep them separately in there. And be keeping them separately in there indeed. Yes, why not? Because I will be keeping them anyways. There we go. I'm hydrated. It's like a pretty full massive mass outbreak this time around. Seems to be in quite a good amount of spot something. I don't know how it could be really more. I guess I'm pretty sure that there is some sort of cap how much there can be in one. Like to be having gaps for quite a good amount of things, which is fair enough. Is it sometimes for that reason annoying to be looking for something specific? Absolutely. As if you're looking for anything that is more or less like rare, it's gonna be harder to be found. It is. I will still be always amazed for how many games in the past even did have like directional sounds. Like even like before it was really that big of a thing. This is cool. Especially nowadays it's like easier to be hearing because you'll be having like maybe directional sounds on your headsets. Because it's very... Because it was like probably originally only the case that there was really directional sounds if you were listening through like, let's say, through the DS itself or 3DS. Like you'd be hearing from which side does the sound come from. It's just interesting how this case. Because at least I do think that directional sounds is not that old of a thing. Especially like considering games. It is starting to be quite old at this point, but still I think it is a relatively new thing. And honestly, nowadays it's so strange if the game doesn't have at least some sort of directional sounds. Because you're so used to it. And then everything has it. Of course, like, you know, like, you're not always, like, thinking, like, you know, surround sounds are a thing, or directional sounds, whatever my thing. But it is definitely nice. It can be sometimes be making the game feel a lot more scary than it actually is, for sure. You can be really hearing monster coming in, and you can really hear where it does be coming from. But yeah. Interesting things. Interesting things for sure. As for example, we have been, or my father specifically has been having for like years, like surround like sounds for the TV, but like I didn't realize it until years later. I mean, I never really questioned it as well. If I would have been asking, I probably would have been finding the answer sooner. I just never really thought of anything of it, really. I was just thinking that, you know, just having better sound while watching something on the TV. Nothing else. And it's, for me, it's so strange that it's still working, because I think it has been like 15 years since I remember that we did have them. And it's still like working. If not even older than 15 years. Jeez. But I guess like one thing that they probably have been like not been breaking yet is because he's being quite careful with them. Not, you know, trying to break them. But it is still interesting. I think one of the only things that I remember that there has been ever done to those is that the wood was repainted. It was originally like white, or they were originally quite like bright or light, no, light wood colored, but now they are more like walnut. They don't really fit the place that they are in right now anymore, in my opinion. But at the time that they were painted, that it was like everything was that color, so you know it was matching. Speaking of matching things, I still remember that it was such a big deal to my mom that she wanted like every single kitchen thing be a very specific shade of red. I mean, it was easy to achieve because everything was on the same brand, so you know, everything is gonna be that same exact shade red. I don't really know what was, like, why red? 'Cause I don't think that she ever really like red that much. It was just red. And then, you know, when they did break down, it was pretty much going just to like gray silver colors after that. We actually still have it because like my mom, because she had a better one. We did get it when we did move to here. We have a better one for us because we don't really drink that much coffee. So we don't really need to be anything too good, and also it was kind of broken. Like, it never really wanted to be getting anything through. It would be getting stuck all the time or clogged. Getting clogged all the time, so yeah. The only like good thing in my opinion about that one is that you can be getting very big amounts at once. But yeah, we just don't really use it ever. Like literally one of the only times that we will be using it if something for baking requires coffee. Or someone is visiting that wants to be having coffee. Because we just don't use it. We don't care. Because I don't think that I will ever be a person that wants to be drinking coffee. It was never my thing. I know that there was a lot of like... It was a big thing like when I was younger that kids really wanted to be starting to be drinking coffee for whatever reason. Like everyone wanted to be drinking it. Strange. I guess because they wanted to be more like adults, maybe that's the reason. Like that would be a logical reason for that. Wow. Don't really get it myself. But each to their own. Oh. Another alpha there. Another alpha gumi, eh? I mean, I wouldn't be minded to be getting one of those. Still do be looking how alpha gumi do be looking like. Funny little fella, that's for sure. I will say one thing that is interesting to me about Pokemon games is that we haven't traveled a lot through like boats. It's very few situations and it's usually quite limited. About the Shibu whatever my thing it would be. Because there has been a bunch of like ships in Pokemon games. Like very rarely are we using them. There do be only very few times that has been the case. Nowadays it seems to be quite a good amount that we are traveling with some sort of like flying taxis. That seems to be quite a usual case nowadays. Apart from, of course, the usual, like, you'll be traveling from base to base with your Pokemon, or by biking and walking. I mean, another thing that hasn't really been used too much is a train, though. I don't think that anyways, like, boats slash ships have been really in that big of a focus anymore, which is kind of strange, considering that it was, like, one of the main things that was in the early Pokemon games. Yeah. I will say that I don't mind HMs being a thing. Is it a little stupid that that's the way to be blocking you from like progressing too far from the on in the game? Yeah, but at least it's a logical one. Unlike it's just sometimes there's just people on your way for no reason that live for no reason. But yeah. I don't mind them as much, but I just would wish that if I would be having like a Pokemon that can learn the move, it can like it can know the move without it taking the move slot. It's just like that is, I think, like most like what is for most people the annoying part about HMs is that you waste a move slot for it. It's, you know, fair. And or you're like wasting the Pokemon to be using the HM on. Like you can be having a full party because you need certain HMs. Again, fair point. But yeah, then again, there's like some HMs that at least I don't mind to be having on my team because they are decent moves on their own. But yeah, like something like Cut or Flash is a little bit of annoyance to be having. Especially because it's not in every game that it's easy to be getting rid of them. Which is a shame. But yeah, one thing would be kind of interesting to be seeing one day on Pokemon games is to be having like truly an open world that you could be accessing every place from the start. Like, as long as you would be having, like, let's say, a Pokemon that makes sense that it can be using Surf, you can be surfing as soon as you want. As I said, I kind of understand that some things are locked behind other things. But at the same time, like, why? Not to be having, like, a truly free? Because, as I have said before, like, it's not like every fish Pokemon needs to be learning surf in order to be swimming. So, why can't you just be, if you find a Pokemon that could be learning, or would be making sense to be able to surf you around, why can't you just do it straight away? A truly overworld Pokemon game like that, and also be having the thing that level scaling would be a thing. Scarlet and Violet's DLC doesn't count for this for sure. What do you? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Little doubtful about it, but you never know. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of hopeful though for the thing that we would be having like truly open world Pokemon game. Yes, they did like take a quite big leap with the Scarlet and Violet already, so I don't think it's like that far away from being the truth, but it is still quite far away. You never know. It really do be always be depending on that. Do they be keeping more of the open world feeling or not? I guess I would say that I don't mind the open world feeling for Pokemon games. At the same time, I wouldn't be minding if there would be a Pokemon game that would be more of a linear one. Would really be having only one way to be going. I don't know, I just have a kind of the feeling that it's not really a nowadays thing to be having games that are having too direct of a path that you like have to be following. I mean, there definitely is still like story-based games, but I think it is the way that I see that nowadays is more of a like free exploration kinds of things. Breath of the Wild 2. You mean Tears of the Kingdom? I mean, there is the missions that you get, though. There's the story that, you know, you'll be getting. And I will say that I didn't mind both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They're definitely a different approach, but I didn't mind them myself. Yeah. Yeah. And then again, there has always been a bunch of games that even though there is a direct path that you would need to be going, but like the way that you get to the point is completely up to you. Those games are quite fine with me. I don't mind them myself. But yeah, each their own. Some like more of the thing that they are gonna be like everything is told, which I will say that I rather not be having everything to be told. Because it's always an interesting thing if you can be doing things a little bit what you want, a little bit different. Even if it would be just a little bit, but still, just a little bit, it can be quite a good amount of fun be messing around with. No, come on. Don't be climbing. It's definitely a thing that I don't really miss from this game. And I hope it's never gonna be a thing. The A button is both start climbing and enter a tunnel. Why can't they be a different button? Game, I really don't need to be having any more gliders today. 2 is enough. Are you trying even more gliders? Oh, thank you. Lovely. I got 2 from 1 mass outbreak today. Kind of accidentally, because I usually just check the first 4 and catch if there is a shiny. But I accidentally got a regular one, and after the regular one there was a shiny one after it. Overall, Glygors are closer to 10, I would like to say, during this hunt. Definitely one of the most common ones. Yeah, but it is quite uncommon for me, even with this, to be running into the same shiny twice in one day. Even with all the massive mass outbreaks and everything. And this game having quite a limited amount of Pokemon in each. Which is definitely nice that at least not getting 5 of the same one in one day. I'd be appreciating that. No green ears there. It's kind of sad that the Ursaring doesn't get a good, like, alpha difference. It is already quite a big Pokemon, though. I mean, it's a bear. Bears are definitely not small. At least most of them aren't. So, yeah. Makes sense. It's just a shame that the alpha one isn't super duper big. And I don't know why, but kind of think that it's a missed opportunity to be having bear chick in this game. Even though it's a bear chick. But I do be liking Gupchu. I see my sword break somewhere else. I see. Oh, hello. Alpharodum there waiting for me when I enter the area. Hello, Yumi. Bunch of toxic rocks there. Bunch of them indeed. Love the beast saying through the ground. Why? Honestly, one of the worst ones to be running in for me right now is really Shinx and Luxray. It is same with, you know, the two bears that are in the same area. It's just so out of the way to be checking those outbreaks. They're also easy to be forgetting. But yeah, I will say One thing is always absolutely hilarious to me about shiny hunting is that if you have a bunch of one shiny Pokemon and someone is struggling to be getting one, or like, yeah, I have like 20 of them I wasn't even looking for. And it's always interesting, like, if you actually, like, struggle to be getting, like, a fairly common one, like, let's say Starly or Shinx in this game. They're, you know, fairly common everywhere, Pokemon, but then, like, someone just doesn't get them. It is kind of lucky, of course, again, on the unlucky side, that you don't get, like, a decently common Pokemon. But it is quite hilarious like that. Someone has been looking for this shiny Pokemon. Yeah, I have it 20 times. I don't care. It is certainly interesting. Why couldn't Pokemon games be nice and give you like a nice balance between all the shinies you get? Couldn't that be the case? There we go. I'm also quite interested to know how many Glygars I've been getting during this one. Whatever I have, I need to be adding 2 because I did find one and it's not on the list. My first 2 phases I didn't. I did just do the usual I do in this game and put them somewhere else. There's 2 that I found today and a third one on this. Another 2 there, so 5, and there is a 6th one. 7, 8, 19. Oh jeez, I have 12 of them. I would only have 11 if I wouldn't be accidentally capturing one. One regular Gligar. Hello. How you doing? Was definitely not the alpha that I did find during this. Oh, in all of the lakes places there is a massive mass outbreak in. I will say one thing that I would also be wishing to be seeing in another Legends game if we ever get one, is that since like at least in this game, like there is like in some areas there is certain legendaries. I would be wishing that they would have some sort of a influence on like what Pokemon spawn there when they're still like there. And vice versa. I did already like mention it quite some time ago that I would like that in some of the places that you find legendaries in, after you catch the legendary, you could be finding something else there as well. It's not just gonna be an empty room. I mean, it is kind of the case in every Pokemon game, though. That is kind of... Like, I understand that it is only for the legendary. But I did say that in my mind it would be making sense if after you have captured the legendary there, then the normal Pokemon would be... I wouldn't be afraid to be returning there. I guess I said maybe they could be afraid of the legendary. But it totally could be the other way around as well, that... You know, some Pokemon want to be there because the legendary is there at the time. There isn't too many that would be making sense like that. The only, like, special Pokemon that I could be thinking of that could be working with that is Garbink with Diancie. I don't know how to pronounce it. Because, you know, since they do be... They do be kind of connected to each other. Yeah. I wouldn't be minding if after the legendary leaves, like, maybe the place, like, get destroyed or something like that. Like, maybe the legendary somehow did, like, keep the very fragile structure to be working after all these years kind of situation. But yeah, like, if the place still stays when the legendary is gone, why can't there be something interesting spawning in there then? Because usually the place leading to the legendary, there's like Pokemons found in there. But as I said, why can't there be found something in the place where the legendary is? I think the only, like, right now, the real kind of situation like that, where they're, like, after the legendary is caught, there's normal Pokemon, like, somewhere nearby is Scarlet and Violet and the returning legendaries. Actually, it's kind of the case with almost every single one of the legendaries. It's a little strange. I mean, most of them are, like, put into, like, quite normal locations. And they are kind of just there. I will say that I kind of would be wishing myself the way that the returning legendaries would have been made in Scarlet and Violet. That they would have been done in it that way, that the... Like, since you get, like, the treat or whatever for them, that they wouldn't automatically be in the position that they are in, wherever you'd be finding them. But you would need to, like, leave the treat there, and then... Like, after a little while it would be there. Cause I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me that you get the treat for them and then they just are visible. Like, would it be making more sense that you would need to leave the treat there and then they would be like lured to it? It's just a little strange. Damn. Maybe one day. One day we'll be getting, like, in the legendary spots there be regular Pokemon as well. I will still say that I kind of be missing those situations from, like, old games that legendaries would be a little bit of a puzzle away, or like in a place that is, you know, hard to be finding otherwise. I do be missing that a little bit. I mean, the problem is that, of course, like nowadays I kind of know wherever every legendary is because, you know, internet is a thing and you'll be able to find, like, and accidentally seeing everything easily. What? Maybe there could be a legendary that switches the way that you find it between every save file, or there would be like more than one answer to be getting each. It wouldn't be too bad at all. That is, I think, 60 checks done today. Already? As I said, today has been very lucky. It would be kind of crazy to be getting into 100 checks. But with this, like, it's quite likely because it has been only 4 hours. Was that usually at 4-hour mark I'm maybe at like 30 checks. No, or like 40. Jeez. I mean, I don't mind it. You preferring to be doing a bunch of encounters. It is kind of insane though. But yeah, jeez. Or maybe I would be done with 50 right now, more or less. The weird thing is that it doesn't feel like the day has been going so fast today, it just has been very fast encounters. I mean, luckiest luck with the mass outbreaks be blocking the Gudra. Well, I will say, if this keeps going on, it isn't that far away that I could be doing then. 100 checks. I will say that because this is going so well that I'm just think that I've been, for some reason, getting double the number from the counter. Been counting it twice. I mean, my counters are never the most accurate thing ever. They will never be. Sometimes I forget to add, sometimes it's counting twice, and sometimes I don't realize that. So I can be really fixing it. I don't know why, but this time, like, maybe after I'm done today, I will be... I don't know, should I be double checking? Does it really matter? Not really. Don't know. It just feels odd. I mean, I will say, even if I would be double counting, there definitely has been some times that I have forgot to be pressing the button, so maybe that cancels it out. But yeah, as I said, it doesn't honestly matter that much to me. I know that some people are more like upset if the counter is incorrect, but I can't be worrying too much about it because I can't be bothered with it. One of the only ones that I really want to be accurate on is the Dynamax Adventures specifically. And I definitely didn't say the same thing twice in that sentence. But yeah, that is like one of the only things that I really want to be accurate on. Like how many times I've been seeing the legendary in there. Another Alpha Roto May game. Interesting, interesting. Also, the thing is as well that I did start like decently early today as well. Earlier than I have been lately. Is it by like 5 minutes? Yeah, but still. No. Goodbye. And I will say one thing as well, that usually when my encounter like it is like counting twice, it usually happens when I'm doing 2 times. So I'm hunting 2 times and I'm counting like 2 times it. For separate ones, of course. And you know, buttons sometimes, for whatever reason, think that you have pressed them twice even though you have only pressed them once. Yeah. It is what it is. Oh, nose pass. Oh, nose pass, you are a strange Pokemon. It is. I know that there isn't really anything like too many that they could be basing on as an interesting thing as a nose pass, especially like what it does nowadays to be always facing north. I would kind of wish that there would be a Pokemon like that, though. Like, of course, not like the exact same, but like same kind of idea, and also, as I said, we make the thing sense. Thing needs to be making sense. I know that some people are complaining that there isn't like as cool like little gimmicky things with Pokemons nowadays, but I will say that there honestly still is a decent amount. But the thing is as well that, you know, if it has already been used once, you can't really use it twice. I guess then it's, you know, not a unique thing anymore. But yeah, indeed. I don't know, really. I will say that I wouldn't be minding another, like, more object-based Pokemon to be having, like, a unique gimmick. Because I personally don't feel like that many, like, object-based Pokemons get unique things. There is few for sure. It's few for sure. Like Rotoman, indeed, Nosepass, for example. Come to mind. But yeah. Don't know. It could be though. It is quite likely though that Rotom will be getting something new that it's gonna be attached to in the next generation again. I will say that it would be kind of hilarious if we would be having both Rotom phone and a Rotom Dex as well. It doesn't really make sense because, you know, usually, or like in Scarlet and Violet, it's like the inside the phone there is the, like, the Dex. Man, you know, it could technically be two different ones. There could be. I mean, unfortunately, I know that the Rotom Dex, it wasn't too popular with people. People didn't really like it. It wasn't like anything was wrong with it, it was just annoying that it was like all the time saying something. Of course you can ignore it, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it would be still be saying things like once you exit out of the battle, for example. And yeah, it is a little annoying. Like, surely you can interact with it and it's gonna be, you know, be quiet for like a little while. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe people wouldn't be minding this as much if it would have been more in the way that it wouldn't be helping so much. I mean, I will say that it was definitely an interesting way to be getting unique things. The Rotom-based things. The Rotom. I quite like that myself. But yeah, maybe it could have been more on the quiet side, and maybe, like, you would need to be interacting with it in, or after certain points in the story. Maybe there could have been that as well. It is still like quite nice to me that you can become friends with the Rotom Dex. You can kind of become friends with the Rotom Dex indeed. I guess at one point it's gonna be asking like, if it's okay if I make your where I call you with a nickname. And that's pretty nice. Nose pass time? Question mark. Is it finally the time? Watch it be the random one right next to it. Instead of one from the mass outbreak. Hilarious. Oh, it was time. Nice. I mean, I would have been preferring to be a random one, but do be liking it still. I've definitely seen the fair share of them during this hunt. Do be loving the shiny though. No, check this one as well. Would have been hilarious if would have been still a random one there. But yeah, that's a nice one. As I said, a one that I have really been wanting for quite some time in this game, but more specifically from this hunt. because it's just seen so many of them. Both from just running about, from the mass outbreaks, and from massive mass outbreaks. Also, it seems like today my luck is with the mass outbreaks. Because usually it isn't. It is still the best odds. It is the best odds, indeed. But, not with me. Now to just be getting Probo Pass right next to it. Also, watch there actually be, funnily, a shiny nose pass, a regular one there as well. I mean, I just got a shiny nose pass from a mass outbreak. First one of this entire file, I'm pretty sure. Nice shiny. I'm pretty sure that's a shiny Basculin. There's a shield on. One of the shinies that I don't think that I will ever be getting in this game. Being a space-time distortion exclusive. And I don't really like them. Let's see, is it actually the first one? It is, because otherwise it would be there. It is the first one. I mean, as I said, they are not really in too many places, so... Isn't that surprising? It's been a bunch of Floatzel ones today. There wasn't one too long time ago there either. It's the fourth one of the day, 2 more and that is full, and we start the 5th one. For the faces. Oh boy. That Probo Pass can see. I mean, I will still say that I don't mind myself to be facing. I just don't care. I think it's the part of the fun to be facing. Still, I will say that if you don't ever want to be facing, just do Masuda. Because then it's impossible to be facing. Or do some of the soft reset things for certain things. Another Gligar. Please no. Please no. I don't want another Gligar. That would be Gligar number 13. I don't want another Gligar. Let's see. Any Gligars in here? This time they seem all to be the same color. This time they seem to be all the same color. That's a small nose pass. Getting out of the harm's way. Hello. Of a Chingling. If he's seeing the other terrifying shiny alpha Glypha. I would still absolutely love to be able to see an alpha eagle buff. I don't know why about that. Oh, the Mothim also seems small. It is kind of annoying that you can be checking in this game to be talking to the NPC and then it would be confirming that it's small. But I'm pretty sure you can see like... Or can you even see the height that your Pokemon is? Yes, you can. You can like see the actual size of the Pokemon, like that specific Pokemon, like overall. Which is quite nice. But yeah, alphas are always one specific size. Actually, I want to check one thing. If I go to here, Golem for example, that is very hefty. It's decently sized, like larger, the alpha one compared to the regular, like big one. So yeah, that's probably why people are like very. I will say that I'm also disappointed that the alpha size specifically doesn't show in Scarlet and Violet, because there seems to be at least maybe a slight difference. I guess I could be checking out Weasel, because that's definitely a one that I have captured as an alpha as well. It was for a story mission. Yeah. I mean, I can show you in this game. In Scarlet and Violet, if you be transferring like an alpha Pokemon, it would just be like the biggest size for that Pokemon. Let's take the Gligar and the Alpha Gligar. Like in this game, it's like quite a big difference. Like you can clearly see that there is a difference. I don't know how big the other one is, but there still is. Yeah, but it's still disappointing. Like, the whatever is the max size for the Pokemon is gonna be the alpha always. Or the alpha is always gonna be the max size. Because in this game it was indeed quite a big difference, so it's disappointing. But, yeah. But in my opinion, they definitely could have been feeding... They definitely could have been feeding there. I mean, it differs from Pokemon to Pokemon. Some Pokemon have a bigger alpha difference than others. But yeah. It's sad. That's why I will always be saying that I absolutely hate one specific video on YouTube that is like comparing the Blood Moon Ursaluna into Alpha Ursaluna. Because, as I said, the size it doesn't transfer. It's sad. So like, you can't really be comparing it, and also one is standing on 2 legs and the other one is standing on all 4s. So, you know, of course one is gonna be looking a lot bigger than the other. Because, you know, the other one has a lot more height because, you know, standing on 2 legs. Or appear to be having more height, specifically. And I will say that I personally like in the fact that Pokemon games are starting to be having different sizes for Pokemons. It feels like the Pokemons make more sense. I mean, I will say that I don't mind if like legendaries are always gonna be the same height and whatever. Because, you know, they are usually one in the game kind of deals. So why would there need to be big of a difference? But with regular Pokemon, I think there should be, especially from here on out, a difference. Because It just makes sense. And especially because we have already, like, made it to be a thing. So why shouldn't it be continuing? I even pressed the button map on twice. Why it immediately closed it? You wanna really be giving me the same Pokemon? Jesus, a lot of ground and rock types on this one. More in there. Really, but nothing really I want anyways. Still will be hunting for... oh, hello. And there is another great example, like how the alpha sizing is sometimes confusing because the nose pass for me looks a lot bigger compared to the Probo pass. And like the normal Probo pass is kind of the size of the alpha nose pass. It's strange. But there is the case that like some shapes will be doing that, that some shapes will be looking bigger than others, no matter what. For example, always like round Pokemons will be looking kind of that they are big because they're round. Unlike something that has more of a shape to it. It's an alpha mischievous. It's not even nighttime. But yeah, speaking of again, or going back to speaking about the shapes, that's why like Haunter is always gonna be bigger than the Gengar because the shape. It's always gonna be looking like it's bigger. And it is actually the case as well. Like Pokédex info-wise as well. I like that the Garchomp of all things it see me. I mean, it is the highest, so... Yeah. It's interesting. Mistress. Oh, I probably should be going up there. Just in case there's something, another alpha electivire to be having some slight variation for the colors. The dude has been seeing me from farther away, but literally going right next to it. Nah, you're not there. Strange things of this game that doesn't always make sense how they are seeing you. I think I did see everyone, but I'm gonna wait that they are all there, just in case. They all look the same. One is very small. Actually, two are. There's like two smaller ones and then two probably bigger ones. There is something in here. Oh, more hippos. Oh no. This game loves hippos. They are everywhere. I don't know. Would we be getting another hippo Pokemon? Are we getting another hippo Pokemon? I mean, I guess there is some more unique ones that we have been getting more than once. I don't know, there could be something definitely to be done with a hippo. And we have a one that could be blending in quite nicely with the water. Oh. Hello. Yeah, maybe the hippo could be like, it would be indeed in the water. And maybe it could be blending in, like somehow, always with the watercolor, so it would be harder to be seeing. That could be an interesting way. There we go. Still no pink paths. One day, maybe. Hopefully. Let's again on this side. Pokemon that disappears when it's raining, but for whatever reason is here when it's raining. Sense. I mean, I will say that, in my opinion, Ponyta, it could be in mass outbreaks, but at the same time, I think it's a little in like too many places. Even though it's not in too many places actually, but hello, it's still in too many places. Well, one more. That's 6 found today. One more, and it's also the end of that box. No more can be fitted there. Oh boy. Oh, nice fog. I love it. I will still say that thankfully this is one of the places that you can still see when it's foggy. Some places you can barely see anything. And I understand it's fog. You know, hard to be seeing through it, but at the same time, not everything needs to be realistic in video games, in my opinion. Especially if it's not trying to be like real life. And I will say that sometimes, even if it's trying to be in real life, I would be wishing that there would be the ones that wouldn't be so realistic looking. Okay. Now seems to be... I seem to be getting now the luck that I usually will be getting with massive mass outbreaks. Finally kicking in. Finally the luck kicking in indeed. But the big questioning is there even gonna be an alpha electro there, because it did take its sweet time to be appearing. I will still say that definitely both Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet have like really notified me how different colors there can be in the evolutionary line, even though the colors are like kind of same. But it's just so rare that you would be seeing like both of them right next to each other. For example, Cleffa and Clefairy, Clefable thing. It is decent, like, difference between from Cleffa to Clefairy. I don't mind it, of course, but it's just interesting. It doesn't have to be there. But it is. What yeah. Because of course there's like a bunch of those Pokemon that it's like obvious that they are like different colors, because they are literally, one is like green, the other one is purple. So like it is like obvious that they are gonna be different, but indeed the ones that don't change that much, interesting to be seeing. I don't know why, but I would be kind of interested to be playing a Pokemon game where there's either like older colorings slash like looks for like how they did look originally kind of games. Because like you would be looking like you would be looking for a Pokemon and like just looks completely different what you're used to. That would be quite cool. I will say that whatever is like Bailey was, or was it Meganium's like original design, I would kind of like to see that as a Pokemon. You know, the one that didn't make really too much sense in the evolutionary line, but looked kind of cool. I would like to be seeing that. I will still say though that I would absolutely love to be getting also like another round of Ultra Beasts or something like similar that, you know, they don't make sense, but they're still like very cool looking ones. I imagine if there would be at one point like a quiz game for like in a Pokemon game that is like what was like for what Pokemon was this the better design for? It would be certainly interesting. Because then there's like quite a good amount of those ones that are like quite well known. Because they are like told about so much. But I would like to say that there is a decent amount of ones that either are not known or that like no one really talks about. So would it be hurting to be seeing them now? Be quite interesting for sure. I don't know why as well, but I would like to be seeing a weather that only activates if there is like certain Pokemon like either nearby or in your party. I don't think it needs to be anything too crazy per se, but would definitely be an interesting one, since, you know, weather in Pokemon games, it's kind of the same. It almost never gets any additions, which is interesting. And every place in the Pokemon universe have same, you know, weathers. But yeah. Maybe a Pokemon that would be able to make a special kind of weather. What could that Pokemon be? Is another question, or what it could be based on specifically. I mean, it just could be like based on basically anything and then just give it like some sort of reason why it can be creating a special weather. I'm weirdly kind of thinking that if like we would be getting like either an evolution or a regional variant for Xatu, that could be it. Because I'm kind of thinking because you know Xatu can be seeing to the future. Maybe it could be having something to do with that. Would it be interesting if it would be like able to cast a weather that would it be interesting if the weather would be like kind of like future sight, but it would be like a move that you need to be using at some point in the future? Like the next futures you have to be using it. Be a little too OP, but I can always be making it somehow be worse. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I would kind of like to be having like a unique weather for like either one Pokemon or the evolutionary line. They would be the only ones that can be using it or to summon it. Because as I said, we haven't really gotten anything new with the weather mechanic of Pokemon games. Apart from like how it sometimes to be affecting Pokemon's like in Scarlet and Violet if there is the certain weathers like certain Pokemon will be flying off kind of thing. Like actually something new. I wouldn't mind that personally. And yeah, still I think that I kind of would be hoping to be in a Pokemon games, but not to the extreme that it was in Sword and Shield, is that certain Pokemons could be boosted with weathers. Like, they are just more likely to be there in certain weathers. I don't still like to think that you need to be having very specific weather for certain Pokemons to even appear at all in Sword and Shield. I understand why it's the case, but I just don't like it because, as I said, I personally will be wanting to be catching the shinies on the actual day that it is. But you know, sometimes you have to be changing the changing the day in order to be changing the weather. So, yeah. I would be wishing that there would be some kind of nice balance in between those two. Yes, I will say that that is very unfortunate that some Pokemon are ridiculously hard to be finding because they are only available in one weather. And since they are still locked in the certain part of the game, like certain weathers, which I think is kind of stupid. And it just doesn't make sense. Why you're defeating or becoming the champion makes it that in the whole entire region there can now be fog. It's just... Huh? Like, what does it have to do with that? It is what it is. Yeah. It is the way that it is. But yeah. I still will be having very minimal hunts that I will be doing myself that I need to be anyways be touching the settings for it in Pokemon games. Or whatever is the system that I'm playing it on specifically. Because I don't really care if there's something that I really want to be hunting at one point and it is not like either day or night, then I will be doing it. Like I did do for the Eternal Forest hunt because I wanted a night one there. I switch it to be nighttime. Sometimes I do it for like switching it to being like later down the day because I just usually like to be hunting when it's like sunset time in the game. I like to be hunting them more. But you know, it's just minor things that doesn't really have anything to do with anything. It is what it is. But I will say, at least it's a nice thing if you really want to be hunting something on like a specific day, or that requires like a specific weather, aka a specific day in Sword and Shield. The good thing is that there is guaranteed days that there is gonna be certain weathers in certain parts of the wild area. Because it do be differing from area to area. So that's nice. And of course there's gonna be like certain weathers that are not even available in the DLC areas. Which, you know, makes sense. One makes sense that it doesn't really have any snow at all, and the other one makes sense that there wouldn't be any sandstorms, for example. I still wonder how and why did they make in the terrarium to be available the weathers. I I get it for like the standpoint of like creating the ideal environment for them to be living in. But at the same time, why? Why does there need to be weather? Why couldn't it be a place that there is no such thing as weather there? Apart from summoning it. But yeah, I don't know if they like have been making like the ideal environment for the Pokemons to be living in. Why can't there be like the correct amount of like, the weather would be like always like the best for everything in their specific areas. But it is anyways, if you start to think about it, it's quite a strange place. Like it is already like a strange place, but if you like actually start to think about it, it is very strange. Why is there so many starter Pokemon there? And why is there so many Pokemons there anyways, like appearing like new ones like all the time? It's of course a different thing when it's in like in the nature, I guess. But inside of a man-made structure. It's a little bit strange. It's quite a bright day right now. There isn't any kind of weather to be making it anything else. Just is like this. Or is the we're loading in incorrectly? It's a possibility. Still, I'm waiting, by the way, to be getting something other than Toxic Rogue from the platform. When there isn't a massive mass outbreak there, of course. Still waiting on that. Still gonna be waiting on that. Because it is kind of insane that it has only been Toxic Rogues. Considering that there is 3 other possibilities from like the ones that like randomly spawn in there. And it's Eseligu, Gumi, and Grogunk. Just strange. Or it can always be the Toxic Rogue. Always finds its way to be there. Oh, Lux right there this time. Nice. Hello, Alpha. Nice seeing you there. I don't think that they are orange. Yeah. The way that I will be looking at them every single time is to be seeing if they have a little bit of orange instead of red. It is, I think, the easiest way to tell them apart. But it is still quite a small Pokemon, so not the most visible change ever. Interesting. It's been a decent amount of dark tricks today. Very decent amount. He's on the rarer side for sure. There has been a very decent amount of them. Hello, kids. Definitely one of my favorites baby Pokemon. I definitely like it a lot. But in actuality, I think it's a kind of toss-up for me. Is it Smoochum or is it Chogebi? That's my favorite baby Pokemon. I don't know which one it is. I kind of like them both. Smoochum specifically for the cry. I don't know why, but I like both Smoochums and Jinx's cry. They both are quite nice. It is kind of unfortunate though that the Smoochum didn't get a nice shiny though. It's not bad, but it's not too good either. Are not loading in this time. I wonder what's the reason. This definitely don't want to be showing indeed. I mean, then again, I don't know too many games where that isn't an issue. The things just randomly appear before you. Out of nowhere, even though they should be like appearing there sooner, but for whatever reason they don't. Nothing. Anywhere. Absolutely empty maps. Oh yeah, one thing I just thought about, because I did see the bouncing boxes, is that I would kind of wish that there would be a new Pokemon game where you could be interacting with more things. And not just the usual, you can interact with the tree. Like there was the trash cans that honestly almost never did anything. But you could still be interacting with them. I don't know why, but I think that would be an interesting thing. I know that you don't really interact with things nowadays in too many Pokemon games. But why not be bringing it back? I will say though that one thing I appreciate that you don't need to be shaking trees in order to be getting encounters from them. That's a thing that I like, that there is just gonna be like you can physically see the Pokemons in the trees. But why couldn't there be like, I guess like nearby like towns and cities there could be maybe a place that there's a bunch of boxes and every once in a while you could be finding Pokemons if you interact with them. It is kind of unfortunate that there really hasn't been the case that... It is the case every once in a while, but it's not really usually the case that you're going to be getting Pokemons inside of a city slash town. So that could be an interesting way to be doing each. I don't know how well it will be working, because for example in Scarlet and Violet it wouldn't be working because once you enter like specific areas then the whole game kind of unloads everything. So it wouldn't be really working that well in there. But maybe in another kind of game it could be. Of course I understand that like every Pokemon is like disappearing once you enter like places you know not to be. Like why would they need to be rendered in? But maybe like once you enter the city slash town there could be like some Pokemon every once in a while to be appearing in there. Could be anything. Oh yeah, it is indeed very interesting that how the trash cans were like such a big thing in Pokemon games. Never really had anything and now they're like nowhere. I guess there never have been really anything that would need to be thrown in the trash in Pokemon games then. And you as a player always have the opportunity to just be basically throwing things to the ground even though they don't appear in there. Which is also a little odd. Maybe that could be a way to be making trash cans to be used. I mean, I know that some people wouldn't be like annoying to be throwing things out then. But honestly, I almost never throw anything away myself. I don't really see a reason for that. Yeah, there is so many situations that I think that the NPCs definitely would be having a weird look at your way. Always like to joke about the soft resetting thing and like thinking what they are seeing. Like either they are seeing you to be appearing each time that you are, doing the soft reset, or you just stand there, move away, and then appear back in the first place. Also, speaking of things, like throwing things away in Pokemon games, why is there never like a pile of Pokeballs? Why is there never like a pile of like broken Pokeballs when you have been trying to capture the same thing over and over again? Are they just immediately like gone somewhere? Or is someone collecting them? What are they doing? Just disappearing like that? And also, like, if it doesn't completely break, why can't you be using it more than once? I'm pressing the button, thank you. Yeah, that's a good possibility that anime has been explaining something, but there is always the thing. There's always the thing, though, that you can't really be comparing the Pokemon anime and the Pokemon games because they are really not the same. Especially in the beginning, they really weren't the same at all. But yeah. I understand, of course, that they would be breaking. Maybe they lose whatever magic that they had before. And that's why you can be using them more than once. I mean, in the Pokemon anime, there is a Pokemon that can have 5 moves learned at one time, though. The purple Kecleon wasn't in the mystery dungeon game as well. At least for a while. But maybe it's a... Yeah, it was. It wasn't playable, it was like a merchant. But you never know if the purple Kecleon is like a regional variant before they were a thing. You never know. Another Clefairy one, unfortunately it's daytime. Can still be going there. Still. Would be better if it would be nighttime. I can't be bothered to be switching it to nighttime. But yeah, speaking of a mystery dungeon, there is one of the hardest things there that you can be doing in any Pokemon game. To try to be getting the Kecleon that is selling things to your team. One of the hardest things to do in any Pokemon game. I'm gonna be checking this. No Clefairy. But yeah. I would honestly kind of be hoping that some of the gimmick Pokemons that have never really found good use would be getting some kind of use in the future. Kecleon being one of the prime examples of that. Like, sure, it has like some kind of unique things about it, but at the same time, it definitely could be more. There definitely could be more unique things about it. And the problem is as well, again, it's one of those Pokemons that is rarely in any games really, like, easily easily be captured. And it is usually on the late parts of the game. Because, like, it doesn't unfortunately have the greatest of stats, so it would be better to be available earlier on, in my opinion. Because then, you know, you would be maybe having an empty spot for a while in the team, and, you know, if it's better than you expected, you can be using it then. But then again, I guess you can always be breeding one for game and be using that then. Like straight from the start. Too much effort though. And Kecleon is honestly also one of those Pokemons that, for whatever reason, once it was like, or when it was introduced, it was ridiculously hard to be getting one. Like, there's only like very few in the game. Was blocking the path. Same was with Sudowoodo. That in the original games, that if you never got the or if you defeated the Sudowoodo, it was nowhere. You could never be capturing it in that game. Literally impossible. Thankfully in Heart Gold and Soul Silver it was added that it can be summoned there again. Hello. How are you doing? Nice. Good luck with that then. And good to be hearing that you're doing good. Are you gonna be hunting anything specific? Ooh, Marip is a nice shiny. Are you gonna be keeping it as a Marip, or are you gonna be evolving it? Yeah. You'd always be hunting it again. I think Maripline is one of the few 3-stage evolutionary lines that you can be finding each one in the wild somewhat easily. Unfortunately, Fluffy doesn't have the greatest difference, and I will say that it probably is kind of a pain to be noticing in Scarlet and Violet. It is in the older games as well, but at least in the older games you'll be seeing it face on every single time, so you can be looking at the color of the tail orb. No. But it's quite far away from the usual spot that it's in. Good draw. Let's see what time it is when I hit 1370 checks. Depending on that, do I go for another 10 more or not? It would be 100, but it is kind of tempting to be trying to hit 100 checks. But you never know if the game decides to be that you're gonna be having 5 massive mass outbreaks in a row where there is no good run. It is unlikely, but it's a possibility. It is a possibility, so you never know. Another empty map, nice. That wants attention. She may or may not be jumping to the bed soon then. Bed. The table. She might be jumping first to the bed and then to the table. Either she is complaining that she has gotten food or she is complaining because she wants attention. Both are usually very good options. I mean, it is an hour later when she usually at latest would be getting the other part of her food. She's most likely already gotten hers already. And I think she actually, now that I think about it, she does usually want a lot of attention when she has been like really asleep. Like lag spike. That's a very strange looking map. In like one corner there is like absolutely nothing. And then there is... like everything is everywhere but in that one corner. A lovely thing. Interestingly, they do be sometimes be going about. Oh, interestingly indeed. Bonus pass. No green, it seems like. Yeah. No green there. Oh, unfortunate. Wouldn't be minding to be getting one of those in there. It's for certain. Isn't anything in that spot? Interesting. Interesting. Vault orb. Something over here. It's no Pokemon there on that path. Whoa, there's to be replacing the Gudra then. Let's Ponitas. Oh, there's okay, nothing there as well. Okay, I can just then turn around. Since there's absolutely nothing over there. Not a massive Masoid break, Raichi. Hello, Alpha Golbat. My ears. You don't need to be so loud. Most definitely don't need to be that loud. Both spots down there. No cheese there. Absolutely no cheese at all. Oh. There we go. More massive mass outbreaks. Oh, it's actually going on. What I did say. Called it, I guess. Well, that's only the second one. More Ponitas. There. They have been absolutely everywhere. Absolutely been everywhere there, indeed. I almost couldn't even seeing those bronzors there. Like, do I need to be getting closer because I don't see anything? But no, they were there. It was just blending in with the environment very well. Very there. I think that there's no Duskull, but I'm again gonna be just waiting. I can see them all at once. Still, it is always better to be safe than sorry. I'll be safe than sorry with them. Low nose pass. Oh, hello. It's also not your usual spot there, Alpha Luxio. It's in an entirely different map. where your usual spot is. It is indeed. Oh. Let's go to here then real quickly. Why does it need to be you? So I need to double check. Even though it should be fairly obvious when there is a bunch of them right next to each other. But it's an Ella kid. You never know. Who's in here? Sneasel. Sneasel is in there. There's a reason to be going this way then. Hello, Rodom. Is that the first time that I've been seeing Rodom in mass outbreaks today? If it hasn't, I haven't seen them too much at all. It's like they are almost nowhere. Orange. One. Teddy there all by itself. One Teddy Again, two alphas right next to each other. Oh, you disappeared, so I'm gonna be checking out the hero cross just in case. It's still a thing that I don't know which is the truth. That can they be like switching? Are they shiny or not when the day changes or time of day changes? So I will just be double checking. Because in some situations you can be switching like which is the shiny with like some way that I don't know how to do and don't care to be doing. But yeah, I'm not completely sure, so be checking there. Like that. Oh jeez. At least not third time in a row. But still it's the case that mass outbreaks, because I wanted to check at least most of them. Only one spot that I will not be checking because I just hate to be checking it if it's the only one there that I need to be checking. Even though I don't really care too much about the shiny living decks in this game. But might as well check them. I don't see anything sticking out there with being blue instead of the green. Why is that Gligar out there? Maybe it's the Gligar. Hello, Rodom. Is now the time that you started to show up? a ton. It's now the chime. It's a little late, but better late than never. Why am I so lucky so many times that I get like 2 to be small or 2 to be big in the first 4? It's very interesting for sure. I was just like going down at the right time so it didn't knock me off then. Something in here as well. An alpha fairy. Scary. I wonder still like how broken the mass outbreaks would be if they could be only like showing up at the time of day that they usually are showing in. Sometimes like half of them don't work because it's nighttime when it's supposed to be a daytime for them. For them to normally to be there. Which I still don't completely understand why they did switch that in Scarlet and Violet. Like, if there is an outbreak of them, why they would only be there at night? I guess if there's a ridiculous amount of them, why they all would be there at nighttime? And then again, could be what it do be. It's just a little strange, to say the least. Just a little strange. Anything in here? No, I did get the first and the second Rowlet ever in hunting in here. With the mass outbreaks, of course. Because I haven't been in one map long enough to be there to be a there to be a space-time distortion. Most definitely haven't been. It's one of the ones that is a little bit out of the way, but I'll be going there anyways. But thankfully, it's not too big of a deal. More of to just be remembered to go there. The good thing is as well, if you're like, thankfully in this game, that if you're like actually want to be checking out one specific spot, you can just straight away just go there. Zoom your way through. So it's not that bad. Not that bad at all. Yes, I have a bunch of times be forgetting to be checking out a massive mass outbreak while doing the Gudra checks. And it is very fast to be going back where there was the outbreak in. Surely there's like some areas that are easier to be going back to than others. Surely do be the case. Is there two alphas there, or are they just making do they just want to be very noisy? Just want to be very noisy. Cool. I still forgot to be checking it, but thankfully indeed I can go to the mountain camp there and easily be checking it. I guess it's right there. I see that there's no green bear, so I can immediately head off. And it's not, of course, the end of the world if I would be missing them. I just like to like to be going there anyways. It's probably gonna be just to getting one more successful check on the Gudra and then checking out that there is an empty map for next time. We do be getting quite late. And there was like a ridiculous amount of massive mass outbreak all of a sudden. As there is sometimes. I like that. They do be fine. 90 checks is pretty decent. And I'm pretty sure that that's a shiny. Isn't it? I don't know. I never can be telling. Male ones still be having the problem that the area that changes is so small compared to the female ones. And of course, based on the lighting, it can be looking different. Surprise, surprise. It is still very shocking that if you are having a red light, everything is gonna be looking a little bit more red. Very much of a shocker. No space. How did you not see me? Interesting. Oh, Alpha Railband. That's interesting. Very interesting indeed. I'm pretty sure that none of you were, but again, I'm gonna be staying in like that. There we go. Let's go. More dart tricks. More dart tricks indeed. What's in here? It's Gibbles. Oh no, those spots, there is something. More rowlets. And 2 rowlets and 1 dart tricks on this one. Really wants to be giving me the starter, I see. I see how things are. Nothing. Let's go see all of them. This one was being mean and hiding behind the tree. There is an alpha mothim in here, no way! It's like it's always there or something like that. It is like that would be the case. There we go. I will say that I'm surprised how few times the Gibble in there has been an alpha one. Like either it's like it has almost never been it, or for whatever reason the sound hasn't been playing. And I'm more into the thinking that it just hasn't been as an alpha there too much. It's empty now. So the last check on the Gudra for today. As usual, if not sooner, then a week from now. Doing these usually on Tuesdays. If nothing comes up. And I might be skipping a week if I really don't want to be doing this. But there is always the opportunity that I don't need to be doing this. There is always a possibility for that. Sounds are very buggy, I see. Happens sometimes while you're flying. Sounds kinda weird. Sounds sketchy. Weird, whatever. They don't work the way that they're supposed to be. And I see that we are gonna be hunting you another day then. I see. Yeah. I'm just gonna be making sure it's an empty map for next time, and then if it's not, then I'm gonna be of course clearing it out. If it is, then showing off what I did get today and ending it off. Let's see. Is it an empty one straight away? Yes. Like that everywhere there is something. There's 2 snowruns there, nice. It's a regular size Gudra. Haven't seen you in a while. I'm more used to this one. It's so crazy how big of a difference it is. This is because it's one of those ones that you like never see in a regular playthrough as a in the wild as normal one. Hello, Bidoof. But yeah, pretty decent day though today. Decent day indeed. That many have been found today, but still decent. Didn't quite get to. That's a shiny hunter, by the way. Didn't quite get to the box to be full, but it's fine. Yeah, 2 Glykars from the same outbreak. One was accidental because I did get a regular one accidentally. Then random Paras. A Nosepass from a mass outbreak as well. And then a Rhyhorn from a massive mass outbreak. Pretty nice ones. I'm extremely happy about the Nosepass. Finally did get one in this game. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, tomorrow most likely gonna be Mount Vanakila and the Galarian Darumaka hunt, if nothing else comes up I want to do. But yeah, have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!